Built studio mode. Okay. So this goes. Just why the sound really bad or be really slow. Okay. Looks like I'm a bit quiet. Let's put a bit of gain on that. How does that sound now? It still is kind of quiet. Pretty loud, but yeah. It's a completely different microphone, a completely different setup to my normal stream stuff. So sounds echoey. Okay, we'll go with that and see how it goes. I'm not used to having so many windows open, that's the problem. Yeah, let's see how the machine's handling it though, because that's gonna be the big measure. Normally I stream on dual PCs, but I want the air conditioning to be able to function. And I can't have two PCs on and the air conditioner at the same time. So what I'm experimenting with is, can I stream during the day if I choose to, and still have the choice of my normal setup and air conditioning. Okay. Looks like it's working so far, so we're give it a try. So what am I working on right now? Well, I am working on getting the attachments that we worked on yesterday's stream with Azure uploading. The challenge I have right now is just figuring out how to make these accessible. And as I've gone through, I've realized some of the issues I made with the workflow yesterday. So there's actually quite a lot of work to still do, which is going to trip me up. The attachments themselves, I can upload. They're in Azure. They're working fine. That's all good. But the hey Trap, good afternoon. How you doing? But what I attach them to, I didn't consider that. I just kind of created them as attachments. So I could attach them here, but they would never be attached to something. How you feeling, Trap? How's I did see your stream the other day. I just didn't manage to catch it. Um, things getting better since the other week when we were chatting. Um, I forget I have no camera on right now either. Back still hurts, but nothing crazy. Okay, good. Well, not good that your back still hurts, but nothing crazy part. Um, so so yeah, uploading a file is one part, and that works. I've got the files uploading to Azure. I can I track the files in here. So I can upload. I've tested. I can upload different types of file. It captures the content type, etc. But the challenge comes in. Um, how do I attach them? How do I assign them um, to my planning item? Because if I just was to upload them and go from there, then nothing's going to show them in here afterwards. So that's going to be a challenge. And the the way that I designed it, I should have gone with what I realized halfway through and done the refactoring that I was going to do it, rather that I was going to do, rather than actually saying, "Oh, I'll hold off," and because it's a good example later. Currently coming data some new HDDs I ordered for my server, but turns out one was annoying DOA. Ugh. Ugh. It's not good. I don't think I've ever managed to get DOA. Not for a long time. I've not had a DOA hard drive. There's a refurb, but the price difference is just too great, and you know, I've had good luck with them. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, if you're doing mass storage like that, and it's, I assume, server grade hardware, then it's or like the what they got, the Iron Wolves, whatever they're called. Those sorts of drives are pretty reliable. Terabyte. Enterprise SaaS. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Those are not cheap drives. So, um, this microphone is a USB microphone, and it doesn't have a stand. It has a stand, but it was too quiet. So I basically unbolted it from its stand and kind of hacked it onto my microphone arm. So if I knock it, it's going to wiggle around. So I apologize if there's noise. But it felt better to put it in front of me than it did to have it sat across the desk and sound like I was a million miles away. Get a new server soon and try and consolidate it since it has fewer drive bays. I can use your drives for backup. Hmm. Yeah, I've not tended to mess with backups and storage stuff. Um, I do have I have had a few NAS bots, but I've never really hooked them up and spent the time to configure that sort of stuff. I did have I did tinker with the idea of like Proxmox servers and stuff like that a long time ago. Um, yeah, I was in the company who used my software, Mojifest and the OS. Oh, nice. Our personal cloud. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see the benefits of that. Yeah. It's funny, as I've been going more into this, obviously yesterday I was working on the storage provider, etc. I still need to look at, you know, what is um what is a um what does a cloud deployment, or what does a deployment of this application stack look like? And it's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie, I'm intimidated by the whole idea of deploying this application at this point. I realized I might have certain screens, so I'm just kind of throwing them together. What am I doing? So first order of business is get the application uploading the images, right? So I've tested that I can upload multiple files. I've verified through here I can upload, the first entity, this image and this text file, and it gives me back the identifiers. Because what I ultimately need to do is I need to make two calls. The first one is to attachments. So what I will be doing today is breaking out attachments as a completely separate component. Which does kind of make sense because then I can utilize that from anywhere in the application stack. And the only thing that needs to happen is the application piece that's using the attachments can then receive another message with the actual attachments for the thing that they care about. If I don't do that now, I'm just asking for later trouble because the specialization would be in planning. Right? So right now, attachments is an endpoint in planning. This needs to come out, etc. I don't need to worry about that right this second. I can test this first part, which is uploading. So I need to figure out how to get a file from here in this upload component up into the back end so I can go here. So I want to see this file upload event, which so far I'm not seeing. I want to see that go and push the files up to the server and then move on from there, because then I can, once I've uploaded the files, I've verified that they're running, what I'll do is I can break out attachments later after I've got the planning item in, because again, because it's an API gateway, none of this code will change, just which service it goes to will eventually change, right? Because I'll be able to change that in the routing. So there is some key benefits of using the API gateway that I can do that refactoring after the fact. See how long this goes because the thunderstorm notification. So yeah, first step is to get this. So let's open that. Hit upload. So this upload is not doing anything. I'm not hitting that breakpoint. From the UI perspective, attachments on upload. Progress. Upload handler. Upload event. Let's see if that changes anything. Go here. Attachments, choose an attachment. Upload. Still nothing. Actually, no. Issues, incorrect use of label. That's not for me to worry about in a second. That's a later cleanup concern. But either way, this upload button is not doing what I want to do. So like upload handler. On send an event indicating the request is sent to the server, useful when I request may be retried multiple times. On upload, call to invoke when file upload is complete. Oh, call back to invoke when file upload is complete. Load times the the components. Remote URL to upload the files. I want to go through the service though, that's the problem. File uploads an advanced upload with drag drop support, so custom upload. File limit, maximum number of files that can be uploaded. About that later. Headers. That doesn't make sense. So if we do form, what would this be though? What would if I made a form control, right? What would that look like? Public form group, public file upload control, the form control, control, any body is not required. I'm guessing here, obviously, but this dot form group. Upload implements. Init. That would then make this form group equals the forms module form control equals file control. Okay. Um, So this is, let's see if this. I don't think that's going to submit though. I'd love to think that is going to work, but I don't think it's going to work. Choose upload. See, that doesn't submit anything. No value access for form control unspecified name attribute. No value access. So I think that's because this isn't actually set up for form. Public file or control. So this is the actual control that I'm binding to. There's no example in the documentation for this file over control. There's no example of it using form control. So I have no belief this will work. I'm not providing a URL. That's not how I want to use this. This is what I'm actually using. I have no idea where this label comes from either, because this is not in the actual screen. There's no indicator to hint at. Unless that works. So let's look. True. Well, let's have a look at that first before editing that. Yeah, so that doesn't do anything. Because that's not uploading. I assume that's if I'm submitting the form. But that errored. And again, there's no example of that using a form control. So file was a hidden native input element, so it would work. Header contain the buttons. Upload. API. Remote URL to upload the files. There's no. Upload handler. Callback to invoking custom upload mode. We get the no camera means stuff like sitting there and texting or looking at the docs. It's not obvious, so it's also a different way of streaming the camera. What I'm looking for defines the UI. So you have mode equals advanced. You have different. There's no form control specification in there, so this is I think it's advanced mode by default. Right? Maybe with the image thumbnail pixels. That's I'm happy with the way it is, the way it looks right now. I'm not going to worry too much about the styling because the styling is something I can worry about later. I need the functionality, multiple accept. So this is allowing me to control what I actually allow. So it will, if I try and upload an exe, it'll prevent me at the client side. On select on progress, on send. On send. Let's have a look. It's removed from the font group. Okay. Apologies for ads. Yeah, here, to attachments, choose. Upload. Again, no breakpoints. We have a debugger. Considering Angular, like the first problem is what does it actually give me to upload, right? How do I do that? Because my thought so far is I have to prep it and go through a service, etc. myself, right? So this attachment service should post to that attachment endpoint. I'm okay with that concept, but I need to know what I'm exactly sending. Um, Although saying that, if I give that a URL, okay, we remove this and we remove so the attachment service, the attachments write feature, right? If this there's no method right now, right? Okay, so there's no write, that's okay. Attachment store, I'm not using attachment store, so and that isn't necessary. If I give this a URL of this, right? So we've already got the attachments endpoint in there, right? Because the I'll check that. Ocelot configuration. Yeah, I've already got the attachments because we've already uploaded. Sorry for the mic thing. We've already uploaded through the API. So we can only do that. So if we give this an endpoint, the URL on the client side, um, so this would be URL equals that. Return that. And in there, we have this dot identifier. So I've already patched in the planning identifier. The issue though is that this isn't going to um, public uh, function get load URL. No, this actually public public uh, this would be um, yeah. Actually, this doesn't. So, um, okay. So the more I'm piecing this together, the more I'm realizing about the things that are going to change when I do the refactoring. So right now I need a planning item identifier because that's how I associate it. That's that's how I upload it. I actually don't upload it to a planning item, so it doesn't really matter what I post here because right now I just accept the file. When I move this in a little while, right, when I move this endpoint around, this will just be an endpoint. So the get upload 0. So this will just be an endpoint. It won't need to have a planning identifier because what this is going to return when it does post is a list of IDs. Those IDs then will get posted to the planning items as, hey, by the way, I've attached these files to this entity, to this planning item. And that's what is actually going to do those join things together for me. So this is only temporary, which is starting to feel a little bit messier than I really want it to be. Let's close these along. I was doing that because I needed to compare. So attachment service. Uh, okay. And then we might as well make that public. And then we can do it here. Uh, attachment service. Upload URL. Service does that exist? Expected arguments. One argument will 0. Okay, so that's because we need this item that this item actually. This item. Actually done. Is that private? It's a signal. Oh, okay. So I'm just telling, don't worry, I know it's a string. Right? It could be undefined, and that can't accept no undefined, a string or undefined. So that was just maybe a bit dense. Okay, so my favorite word. If I go here, go to attachments, choose file, hit upload. Right, Job, I think he's got it. Now this can't get here if this authentication didn't go through. So it still authenticated that request. So it definitely it pulled all the bearer token through so that the yeah, that worked fine. We got back an identifier. So this identifier here is the identifier of our parameter. So we go here. There you go, B39, 114. Yeah. It's its name. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, that's it. So okay, that works. So what we need to do now is on upload, on uploaded. So we can do that. That goes away, that goes away, that goes away. I'm hoping when I go and look at Azure that I'm not going to find out that I have enabled some silly tier of file storage, and this is costing me an absolute fortune. Um, Ultimately, what I will do for development is I'll implement a storage container that is for development for localhost, and then use that. So again, abstracting. Um, that's not what my resume. That's to go with. So as I'm streaming, if anyone's new to the stream, do see there are people in here. You're more than welcome to ask questions. This is not about being productive. If you're just hanging out and supporting, thank you very much. So if I hit upload now, doesn't that reload? So let's go back to okay. Need to because I was being an idiot. And hit upload. So we've gone through that now. Our event that came back has the files, the result, and the body. Okay, there we go. So this is what we need. So what we're going to do is turn around and attach that to the planning item. Right. Problem is there's no correlation between this and this. And I don't like assuming that because this came out in this order, that it exactly matches the order that was sent in. So original event. Why that's called original event, I have no idea, because that's the actual response event. And here's the files. If anything, this is the original event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to store on the assignment. I'm going to store the attachments to the planning item in the model and the client, and then problem becomes wow. The problem becomes I can't necessarily align this to this if I upload more than one file, right? Um, so it's where I really am hoping this machine does not buckle. So we have 5,000 of this, okay? So what's going to happen now is all that's going to move over there. And attachments. Why did you just? I did not. Agile Platform extended. So we're going to add attachments as an actual service. The reason being that if I want to upload attachments for any item in the system, there's no reason for me to have an attachments piece for the planning and attachments piece for the tickets. And it's the same behaviors. It's the same stuff. The only difference is what I attach that attachment to. So what I want to do is track this identifier against the file. So really, I want to return a dictionary of file name to identifier. And that will allow me to know, because this is the information I'm going to store, I'm going to hold on the image, right? I'm going to store the name, the size, the type, etc. These three pieces of information, because that way I can display this name all the time. I don't think I'm overcomplicating this, but I guess we'll find out. So that said, there's no point in me not doing this now, because it's going to get a heck of a lot more complicated, and there's no point having that planning item identifier. There's no point doing that. I'm going to change all the stuff around the server anyway. I can upload. It does work. Not sure I'm a fan of doing it this way, but it does work, and I can track it as long as I return the dictionary back. So we might have to do some more changes here. So what we're going to do, and it's a good change. I didn't necessarily want to do it right in a second, but just doesn't make sense not to do this. Let's have a look. Let's see if there's no server-side files changed there. So okay. So we have new project. It's going to go to source, and that's going to be attachments. Actually, that's going to be not a new project in that form. Add new project, web, web API, source, attachments, no authentication. Authentication is handled separately. Create that. So we're gonna model all this. Class library, source, attachments, application. Ultimately, what I'll probably do is put these in actual physically different directories on the side. Attachments, main, source, project, attachments, infrastructure. So this is just a little bit of repetitive stuff because I'm going to end up basically what I want to do. So I go in here and say new database. This is going to be called ls dot. This might seem kind of weak in terms of design for this. I'm attaching these to planning items, so why don't I just put this in planning items? But the reality is this will give me greater separation of this information. The data's the actual file store in Azure anyway, and I will be able to then associate attachments with any component in the system without any real extra effort. The process of uploading attachments will stay the same no matter where I add that component. So the only difference is what happens when I've added those attachments. You know, do I associate with a ticket? Do I associate with a requirement? Do I associate with a view, etc.? All those things can be handled without any extra effort on the upload side. So tracking the attachments will become much easier. So I'm going to create a database ls attachments. That, show that. Now we need to go to our scripts. Let's create a directory, attachments. Add file 000 .SQL. So create database ls attachments. Do that. This is I have a user in it, which is the default user. It creates it and then attaches all that. So that's what that does. And then what we're going to do is move attachments in there. So that becomes attachments. That becomes 001. Yes, the database attachments has attachments. There could be all sorts of other information in here, events, etc., that get published when I add. So it is worthy of a database. It does stand alone, but it might not seem like it right in a second. And yeah, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, to dig a little deeper. This is going to go. So the downside to the way I'm doing this is that it creates a whole lot more code. The benefit is that it does allow me to keep these things isolated. It does. I'm not creating microservices here, but I am creating components that are definitely composable. But each one of these adds a little bit of complexity to the system. There's more messages to deal with. There's more data to deal with. There's more separation to deal with. And it becomes a little bit harder. So planning items application tests did have its own not attachment start application, but tests. Right. Next unit. Look at me growing, creating unit tests. Normally I create the project and add them all in afterwards, so. Concerning, so actually, this is a straight drop in replacement, so I'm going to move it out of there. It's going to break. It's going to be broken for a long time in a second because I'm going to have to move several other things around, but it's okay. So in my domain, right now I have an entity for attachment, right? So I need directory in domain. Is I'm going to move that there. I'm moving them. I'm committing 100% to this. I have got it committed, so there's no real problems after the fact. Refactor this. They're just namespaces. That becomes that. In my infrastructure side, I now don't need. I need that. I don't need that. So we do need that. Configurations. Texts. Actions. Repository. It's going to be attachment. The context. Click DB set of attachment. I've got NuGet packages and all sorts of things, so this is going to be a little bit of an adventure. In our application, this is where this is going to be a little bit weird because I'm gonna flip this now because this has a specific structure, right? I'm in the attachments world. There's no point having a folder called attachments in attachments. So we're going to go with upload as our command. Right. For right the second. It doesn't really make sense there. And I'm actually I'm gonna flip things a little bit. I'm gonna deal with commands as being here. Right? I'm just not gonna worry too much about commands folder right this second. Again, I'm going to worry about trying to get this in. And then we'll piece it back together. In endpoints, take that. Get folder endpoints. Paste that there. Right. Again, all broken, all over the place. It's okay. We'll get there. And now configuration. So let's put that in there. So right now, planning is actually not broken. We have no red squiggles on planning anymore because that's so good. If I was building this as part of a larger group, if I was building this as a team, each one of these projects, each one of these folders could actually be a solution unto itself, right? Because a team could work internally on just these pieces with the right tools. You can't hook up the UI unless you've got everything. Right? You need at least view and the thing you're working on to actually get the UI to work properly. But you could test all the events and stuff in here. So again, there is some great advantages to doing it this way, if a little bit more complicated from a configuration and management side. Okay, so let's go into our application and figure out what. So in application, we need at least mediator, not mediator. I need the abstractions. I believe the source generally have. So attachments application gets that. We need the storage provider, so we need to that goes, that's in planning domain contracts. So these two go into and actually let's do some refactoring of that, adjust the namespaces. What you'll notice is my project structure is a little off. Don't worry about too much about that. Reference share kernel add. Attachments domain is working. Let's add different or here. I don't think that would suit. DB context options of attachment. Context options. DB context. Okay. That. Gotta be careful I don't reference the wrong thing there. And let's refactor this. The namespaces aren't going to pull things incorrectly because they're not referencing those projects, but I got to be careful and pay attention to what I'm doing. Upload attachment. Okay, so we need at least no, it's not so. Reference domain. And start domain. So that's okay. And again, we can do a refactor this. So when I get this working together, now this becomes this is now the problem, because obviously this is now referencing the wrong. This is not planning infrastructure anymore. This is the actual attachments infrastructure. The Azure storage provider, the way I'm using it right now, it is only for attachments. Later on, maybe I move it out, but that's a much further down the line. This at least gets me moving forward. And, yeah. Okay, so we can cut this out. Actually, there's no physical difference here. I don't think that's going to. It does work. This is going to be a little bit more difficult. So this is attachments, infrastructure Azure. Let's see how good Rider did that. So when I go to properties of that, root namespace, factor this, adjust namespaces. There we go. Okay, So I storage provider is attachments to main. That's okay. That works again. And our service collection extensions do reference the right things. There's no planning stuff there. I've noticed that, yeah, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. Right? There's no reason I should reference those projects. Now, because again, these are um, these are standalone projects essentially. There's no harm even if they do reference each other, other than me including some code in one place. Hi MQB, how are you doing? I never knew you could refactor namespaces from Solution tab. I always hit Alt Enter on the namespace and select this one on Project Solution. Live and learn. Yeah. Some of this is just me being like bundling through and being willing to accept a failure because I'm happy to revert if I need to. So yeah. Okay, so this needs fast endpoints. So we need there fast endpoints. It will pull its mediator dependency from words. How's it going? How's your Saturday going? It'll pull the mediator dependency through. I can get rid of all that fluff. Doing good, doing good. Got some time to stream. I'm testing an alternate stream setup so that if it gets too hot, I can go onto a single PC stream, and which is normally I have a camera and a better microphone. This is a cheaper setup, but it's one PC rather than two right now. So, but I can't have the AC unit at the same time streaming and not have a lot of noise or power outages. So yeah. So I was working on this anyway. So okay, so now I have a need for tracked entity responses. Actually, no, I don't care. I created something unnecessary now. Unnecessary. That sounded weird. So this tracked entity response. I don't need this tracked entity response. This is just a hey, I return an identifier. But it's an explicit identifier. What I need to do now, what I need to do ultimately is not return a GUID. This needs to actually be a dictionary of file name to GUID. So dictionary string GUID is actually what I want to return. But it's not quite that. Not quite that simple. Let's create a data structure for that to fit in, and then we'll worry about it. So as I'm doing this, if anybody has any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, I'm happy to talk about this stuff. It does not have to be just me coding. If that's what you're entertained by, that's great. Or for me. But I'm more than happy to show things as I go through and explain what I'm trying to do. But the problem is the project's so big at this point that it's hard to explain every single time. So mapped identifiers, mapped identifiers, specs. So horrible name. Public a dictionary. T T I T T I Go with that for right now. It's not the greatest of objects, but it works. So that's a mat identifiers response string. Do it. That's what I'm going to go with right this second. Okay. Oh yeah, with that horrible extension method as well. So I think this one goes as well. So this one goes in. Definitely don't want that. So this is a nasty method in that it sits in here, but it does a thing and returns a thing at the same time, which does bother me. Mat identifiers response. Read. That's going to break because the upload attachments doesn't return that yet. That's okay. And that needs to be refactor this. So just namespaces, yeah. Then we can do fast endpoints. Okay, I added it. What are you missing? It's just this now. Okay. So this itself is to return an iDictionary string. So this doesn't need to return that object type, it just needs to return that. And now this becomes a little bit involved. Dictionary. I will go and fix the unit test, I promise. File dot file name. SQL terms. Files. Cannot convert expression result dictionary string GUID to result iDictionary string GUID. What? Why can't but it is an iDictionary. Right? Cannot convert expression type result of dictionary string GUID to return type result iDictionary. Because it's a T type within a type. Huh. But I mean, previously there was a list of GUIDs. So the generality is there. There's the problem. Ugh. Just cast it down before setting it on the line. I mean, it's not really that much of a difference, is it, to do iDictionary? I can either cast it there or yeah. Mm. Huh, interesting. I mean, I would prefer the iDictionary, I suppose. Huh. Shows how often I do that sort of stuff. Okay. Need to go to the record. Mm. Far as I'm looking at polymorphism within types on top level. Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around. Hmm. I'm gonna make a note. I want to do. That's the sort of thing I want to tinker with. um, um, Toro, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so let's go back here. So if this works, right, I shouldn't have to do very much with the actual client side code. I should just be able to load a file again, right? Once I get it pieced back together. Um, at that point, and I can proceed with the next part. But this hasn't taken a significant amount of time. Just namespaces next. Okay, so this is gonna have some issues. That's fine. Arrange act is a shared class. Again, my unit testing style is different. Reference type in this application. No. Not green donor. What type? Hey, Phil Shamel. How are you doing? Files provided. So to do this is going to be um what's this going to be? Received is going to be dependencies, packages, and substitute. That's what I like that. My brain completely went blank. Look, listen, substitute. So I'm been trying to shave off bias in my Minesweeper game. Yeah, how's that going? So this is now my dictionary. Should I do it? Test should at least compile. That's step one. So about 100 bytes today, but it's harder now. No, I can imagine. Let's put all those global users because they're going to get used so much. Huh? Why do you not use global users? Weird enough on the result rather than cast if you did result I dictionary. Ah, I'm gonna go back and test that in a second. Why do you not use global? Oh, because I didn't use global users. Then no, that's oh, okay. So it's just okay. I'll I prefer that cast. I'd rather be explicit. I've yeah, I don't think about like the generics. That's my fault. So that is in my upload here. So you're saying is if I do iDictionary, bring it with there. It will do. It's in there. Okay. It just can't figure it out. Okay. That's cleaner. I'm okay with that. Why have you got a squiggle there? Okay, let's see if it works. So what I'm doing is I'm moving components that I previously had in the planning items component itself out into attachments as an external, as an actual component of its own. It's got its own storage. It's got everything it needs. That's impressive. It doesn't complain about any of this. So now I actually need to configure this as an actual program because I've got yeah, the basic stuff in there. The Visual C++ can pass them to write pretty decent code. Only with effort I can make small assembly code, but not very skilled assembly code. So you're trying to improve even upon what it compiles down to. It is certainly impressive. Okay, so now I gotta go through here and figure out what pieces do I need. That's the first one. Right. Um, let's do this. Let's split right. Minimize that. Go down this bit by bit. Okay, so this I do need service discovery, right? Um, so API gateway, I'm using Ocelot as an API gateway. I do need service discovery because I need to put this service when it starts up into console. So the console has that footprint, and then I can put my Ocelot configuration inside of that console application to be able to pull and resolve endpoints. Which the developer of Ocelot, by the way, does not believe, I don't think believes is a problem. So that's going to be fun. If it starts thundering and lightning, I may have to get off the computer. I do not have enough UPS backup to support keeping the stream alive or keeping the machine alive while I suffer a hit. So, okay, so I wish there was a way, and maybe there is, of saying, "Hey, I've got these two projects. I want to look at their attack. I want to look at their." Okay. There is a way. There's a manual way of doing this. Let's go in here, edit the CS podge. This is the way you do it. Let's take this, right? Let's go over here. I was talking. Okay, there is a way. Oh, why are you right in the middle of that? 11. Okay, so let's go and paste that in there. And then we don't want planning. We want move paste that one. That we'll get that one in. We're going to need it anyway. Attachments. Attachments infrastructure. Got extensions identity in there. We'll need these packages. So these are I have a couple of packages around Kafka and Mediator. So I created an outbox for Mediator because of transactions. I created an outbox for Kafka plus the Kafka publishing so that um, I disconnect my Kafka publishing from the actual insert so that if there's any problems or rollback, I still have resilience there. So these are libraries I developed as part of this. So this application overall, by the way, is not open source, but if there's libraries and features that people feel are useful, I do build those out. So these are actual published on my GitHub. Okay, so that's that. So some references. Been using this thing people caring about saying by saying it working on mid-level lines. Yeah. That's it saying. I mean, I've asked before, like, you know, why, but I get the challenge. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I think I've just spent the last couple of years just kind of trying to stay focused on what I'm doing to the point I'm not really like, I mean, uh, I get it. I've thought about it before because, like, I know I've seen you talk about it, and I can definitely see that challenge. Okay, so let's go back to comparison of these pieces. So this adds console. So this means that when the application starts up, it will register itself. I'll get the configurations last. This one adds the mediator outbox. So if I publish domain events as I'm actually changing things, um, this will create the outbox for that part. So I do need that part as well. Okay. Create that part. This part adds the Kafka components so that I can actually get Kafka up and running. So again, as I add attachments, I'm now going to start publishing them out. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yeah. Also in the community, there are lots of competitions you can join, but it gets real hard to compete with 64K classes because you need to put so much effort in, likely a year at least, involving multiple people. Yeah, I guess I've spent just so much of my career working on this sort of stuff that, and now I'm trying to focus on building this application. Like the idea of going off and doing things that I don't know, maybe I've just focused too much on professional development and not enjoying actually challenges of coding. The challenges I get are the that that's insane. I mean, obviously saw a lot of Amiga demos and things when I was young, um, and they were always very impressive. So yeah, I'm not judging. And um, yeah, watching people like Proton Fig, who's right now, by the way, doing Commodore 64 stuff. So that's impressive. Um, yeah. But at some point, I started to think, why did I start programming? Because I wanted to do fancy graphics and demos. So that's my hobby now. Yeah. It's the age-old problem, want versus commercial. I've always wanted to design my own process with its own architecture, make a LLVM, edge, but I do. Yeah, but I kind of see, like, you might not. I guess to me, for my personal journey, I've enjoyed building applications. I enjoy that feeling of providing something that someone can use or would use. That's what I have always enjoyed out of programming, right? I mean, I grew up with Amiga and console games all the time, and game development would obviously rate high upon my influence. Uh, but I remember I got hooked. Actually, I really found that I really wanted to get into programming when when I was doing assembler and turning lights on in a robotics class. I thought that was just awesome. Yeah. Okay, so we need it off. This is this is starting to look like I might be able to offload these to a single setup and be able to say, go and do these things. We won't turn this into a therapy session for me, but I've been on the commercial end for a bit too long. Yeah. I mean, this year, this year's 25 years for me being a developer. I started as a basic developer, did a lot of .NET. I want to do, I want to get back to .NET. I stupidly moved away. Um, I think for me, I enjoy teamwork. I enjoy collaboration. Probably why I stream. And I enjoy streaming and talking about it as much. So it doesn't bother me when the conversation lends towards or leans towards people's journeys and stuff. C sharp, SQL migrations at work. It's okay. I'm home. I do what I like. Yeah. I think for me it's more I don't get to do this properly. Um, or I get to do this quickly in the work environment. Like this design right now is the happiest I've ever been with an application structure. It might not be perfect. It might take on some criticism. People might not agree with the way I've done things, but at the end of the day, I'm enjoying building this. It feels uh, it feels like it's working or it's coming together just the way I want it to. Uh, hey, I'm an ML research tech team at work. Lots of meetings in Python, C++ is my fun. Yeah, if you wanna, so uh, You're not aware. Thank you for the following, PB. Appreciate it. But is a streamer as well, and does I found him because he was doing 3DO development. My other hobby, game collecting, uh, sees me appreciating the 3DO recently. I've managed to pick up my 3DOs plural and a bunch of games, and I do love playing on them. Yeah. Okay. So what this is doing, this is the client side. So this is allowing the client side through. I'm adding the repositories so they can access the database properly. Actions. Again, in 3D underscore, we just had Phil Burke who works as 3D on the DSP and audio code. Sure. Nice. Yeah, I lurk in the Discord, but I don't really do. There's not much I can contribute to that, but it is a fascinating place to be. Use authentication, use fast endpoints, use HTTPS redirection, use calls, configure. Yeah, so we'll need them. So the health check is useful when, obviously, when I'm setting these distributed systems up, um, being able to have and these really do come in helpful when you're doing Kubernetes and you are configuring the services. Talking about compression code, I can create an pattern for that. Huh. How much did you check in a health check though? Well, right now I'm just pinging it. Um, to me, the health check for these, from my experience so far with Kubernetes, these health checks do definitely make sure Kubernetes knows the service is running so you need at least a ping essentially. And it works pretty well. I think if services are, because I do have some background services, so obviously I've got pipeline, I've got Kafka and Outbox services running. If they stop running or are failed, there's been no way of me telling. So that health check I think could return them. Um, I had a bad time at work once when the health check didn't work. I was saying okay when it was not, and the new cluster took over, completely not working. Yeah, I suppose that is a yeah. I haven't dug too much into that. I just know that the health checks are something that I do need to put there right now. I do want to do a pass of things like um um telemetry and do an open telemetry pass over the stuff. I did get some basic open telemetry stuff in early, but I didn't have too much stuff in there to actually work with. So yeah, so it's up and down. To make fun even more fun, the old cluster didn't work when we redeployed the old code. Oh yeah, a little too simple of a health check and it can cause more chaos than good. Yeah, and this is a naive health check, right? So yep, I'm here. Um, but like I said, I've got background services here that I would not know if they were failed. So if console had stopped responding, or if my mediator process had stopped running, or Kafka had stopped running, if this is in a back off, if this is in a retry loop, then that's there's a problem. There could be a problem. Um, failed messages, etc. So health checks is something I'm going to have to review later on. And as you've just seen, I've pretty much pasted most of this code in here. So it's all pretty much boilerplate as well. That was when I learned Amazon might upgrade your dependencies on VM startup if they feel like it. Which route I'm prepared for? Ooh. That's one reason I don't like embedded hidden connections. Well, in this case, I don't. So I could actually have these as external services at this point, right? Part of them, this piece and this piece, right? Um, because the outbox is the main part. This is a table that inserts into. So I could actually run these as external services. Um, this one, I don't. This runs as a background service, but it's basically to provide a health check to console. So that's my service discovery stuff. If that goes away, then the service is gone away, and I can use the service discovery. But again, like I think I said earlier on the stream, like cloud is a blind spot for me. Cloud is definitely um, something I need to grow into and learn. So um, actually deploying this application stack will be quite the lesson because I've not done this level of deployment before. In the industry I'm in, many tasks are highly specialized. While I have experience with containers infrastructure, companies in the industry I'm in require experts with specific certifications and qualifications for these roles. I think I lost touch a bit. That's what I'm sad about. Um, for me personally, I did not try and jump into cloud stuff. I do not know anybody who knows about cloud stuff to sit down and talk to. The only people I've talked to are kind of opinionated about what I should build, but that's applying, oh, well, here's the tools you can use. Um, just be careful about these cloud native services like Console and Kafka. They are too often the single points of failure. Um, yeah, a lot of my application relies on Kafka, right? The data can be stored, but if I don't use Kafka, the data can't be seen. Now, I have used Kafka in a production environment. I've used actual cloud Kafka as well, not self-hosted, and it was. And Confluent aren't cheap, um, so it's quite a dependency to build on. And hey, Topswag, how you doing, Mr. Jones? Good afternoon. Yes, this is a different setup. This is my backup setup. This is the I want to stay cool while streaming setup. No camera because it's not plugged into this machine. Banks, hedge funds, and credit card companies don't want a veteran developer with decent DBA or Kubernetes skills. They need someone with ISO certifications and verified expertise. Yeah, that as I'm saying, the lost touch because I've left cloud as an afterthought. I'm suffering now in terms of looking at roles because I have expertise in build software, design software. I feel pretty well, um, but it's the lack of cloud does give me a disadvantage. When I use Kafka at scale, I find regular miscellaneous issues. This was like 5 years ago, though, but I ended up having to use their low-level API to ensure things didn't fall apart when I had to go. So I implemented with my team at my previous place. We got Kafka running. We got all the data flowing through. So there was it wasn't millions and millions of messages a day. It was tens of thousands of messages a day going through it. Um, I think that to do what I'm trying to do here, um, I've got a few options, right? So I don't have to use something. I don't have to use Kafka. I could use a service bus, but again, backed by a what, right? Um, to achieve what I'm achieving here, I like the way this flows. I like the way the application allows me to change it, to flex it, etc. I do get a lot of advantages. These are write stores only. They store their data. They own that data. It's there reliably and produced out. It does mean that I'm going to have to consider some harder pieces, right? Because again, what happens if Kafka goes away? What happens if I have to rebuild all this? There's a whole challenge there. So I'm gonna have to, at some point, one of the things I want to consider is kind of creating pipelines for, okay, take this data, can produce it into these events or into some structure that I can then import so that I can recover from a failure. But those are the things I gotta learn as I go. Building a large scale logging as a service. To be fair, you'll do well in a bank. If a bank expects its senior dev to also manage its Azure AWS stack, avoid banking with them. Yes. I was building a large scale logging as a service project, so I had to be very careful to ensure reliability and all that. Which is ironic considering what Kafka was built to do, right? Um, but I have seen some issues with Kafka disconnects, um, the brokers, etc. Because I know they've changed a lot. Because they used to rely on the Zookeeper, and now the brokers kind of self-communicate. But the Zookeeper still a thing. Starting out cloud can be however big, small as you want to. I started on AWS and tried several hosting offerings, jumped to Azure and tried lots of stuff. Then went cloud native hosting my Kubernetes cluster on cheap instances. That's the 3 services hosted as well as Postgres. Even a tech leader architect might be asked to put PS in the cloud, but wouldn't be asked to set up the production version. Also, with cloud, be first thing set up spend limits. You have 99% certain to misconfigure something if not watching it. And that's probably what scared me. Um, I had when what's it called? Not Mongo. Then NoSQL DB in Azure. When that first released, there was you can have a track, not Raven, Azure's one. Was blanking right now. But when they first got that delivered, I set it up and I set up one collection and I didn't use it. And they billed me for like $200 for the month. Cosmos does it. Because it was active. I wasn't touching it. There was no reads or writes to it at all. But because it was there, they charged me $200. And I got like, oh, what do I do? So now there are monitors on the spend. So if I go over like $50 a month on certain things, it'll not. Zookeeper would always cause issues. Yeah, I've never liked Zookeeper. I worked with one of the Zookeeper engineers. More than Kafka would fill a disk if it'd fall apart. Searching would often have problems too. The libkafka C library had lots of weird issues. First rule of cloud budget. Absolutely. Because at some point I'm gonna have to, pick up some way of deploying this if I want to continue on with a stack. Um, and I'm like, I'll use a new technology. I'll use a new technology, but that's going to cost eventually. And my own environment, and I have had this sort of application deployed to Kubernetes on a local machine as well. So that's probably what I'll end up starting with, just to demonstrate I can, um, and figure that out. My own environment, I've wasted hundreds of days because I forgot to turn off instances that I only used for 10 minutes. Sad thing is I didn't learn how to make that mistake multiple times. Okay. That was a rather large light strike right here. So, um, um, close to this. This is frustrating. I don't want to lose my computer, but at the same time, I don't want to turn this off. Been there, done that, but I think tools should support such an activity. Hmm. So connection strings, Auth0, Kafka, Azure, that's going to be important, allowed host, and console. So pretty much the entire configuration as well. I mean, worked closely with AWS and SageMaker. They didn't consider a fee to shut down an idle. Not for like 2 years after the product was made. That's a common story, right, with cloud though. People forget to turn off things. Um, people forget to turn things off, and the cost just overrun. Um, it's one of the reasons why our organization um, doesn't want development cloud stuff because the cost. So we have no access to actual cloud stuff for development. Okay, so this is not going to be on 7162. I'm going to move this off screen. I don't have any secret stuff to put in right a second, so no screens. Tools. That's that. That's that. Sorry, I'm doing things off screen, but it's unnecessary. Okay, that's that. Okay, move that back over there. My firm has a contract with Data, so I'm trying to cost saving usage. Luckily, I'm now doing small data. I think most of my career has been in organizations that have dealt with on-prem or um, have dealt with uh, cloud through other teams. So we've had stuff deployed for us where I don't have to touch it, which could be considered a when I've had to do deployments, I've had to deploy to IIS servers manually. Um, so I don't have to worry too much about the whole sorry, I'm just conferring with my wife over how the uh, how the rain's going. It could take how long I get to stay on the street. um, yeah, so when it comes to deployments, I've either done them manually or they've been done for me, and I don't have any control with that. Data sets wise, I've never been near anything I would consider massive. Large data sets for certain, big databases, hundreds and hundreds of databases, thousands of databases. So I've been in um, small to medium to large companies through most of my career. I think you can go away as well. So that should get that. So now in here, that's, oh, I just cut that in. This one, that number there. That's what it's going to report on. That's console. Health check enabled, false, disabled that. Okay, so the only other change I should have to make at this point is basically in console. Local host 500. Hey, that's bright. My apologies. Nope, that's worse. Stop doing that. So this is attachments, and I want to go to API attachments, and that becomes attachments. That becomes attachments. Yeah. Copy that out. Get off that screen. Um, yeah, I think that's also shaped a lot of how I build software as well, in terms of the approaches I take as well, which is frustrating. Have fun coding. I continue on my own projects. Also, thank you very much for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Good luck with your projects. Thing. I save the Ocelot and Kafka configurations to the side. So I've used console to store, being that I have it also my gateway configuration there, I just store the Kafka configuration. So for Kafka, what I do is I have a file, or rather a lookup. So when my services start up, if I have a new topic, I just have the event name. So I'm using a DLL for the a library for the events, and then I just look up the topic name. So when I publish a message of that type, it says, "Ah, I can figure that out." So that's stored in one place and shared between the applications. So when they start up, they go to console and pull that configuration down. So this way, I don't have to maintain the topic list in every single client. If I had a new type of event, I just add it in here. And if the client doesn't publish the message, the client doesn't really need to care. Kafka schema is something I really want to look at. I want to learn more about how to use effectively. It won't help me with what I'm doing. I'm controlling all the messaging, so it's not really going to do much for me. But yeah. Okay, so the only other thing I should have to do now is go into my configurations in full stack. We need to add to some configurations. You can go, you can be renamed to attachments. I don't name it as attachments project. I call it project, but it's actually I just mean the API part of it. So now I can go over here to full stack and say attachments, move that up to that's the previous slide. These shouldn't matter, but I just like to make sure they start in a sensible order. And I do start everything up every time right now. So now there'll be 9 services starting up. So yeah, I'm not trying for, like I said, I'm not trying for microservices here. Is kind of a modular monolith, I suppose. But if this is going to work, Let's find out. So this should now say 9. Oh, open service type repository query can open generic implementation. Okay, that's not good. Two things need to change there. First, launch settings, launch browser, false. Don't need. Secondly, in the yeah. That's fine. Doesn't make a difference. I just don't like the yellow squiggles. That's probably wrapped up as well. Yeah. That's the outside name, so that's fine. Service settings. I call it service there as well. So what that's complaining about is the attachments repository has no definition. That's why. So this is a pretty simple thing. What this does is it binds my repositories built in this context when I'm using this to a specific implementation repository. And that gives me the actual context to use. And yes, I'm using a DB context and I'm using a repository. It's not what people like to see, but it's actually part of specifications. So attachments repository, script there. What class? Yeah, that's better. That's healthier. Okay. Some services are not constructed. Upload resource service type on. Did I not add mediator? Probably should just try to stack this one up first. Add mediator should be in here, right? Add mediator outputs. Add mediator. Yeah. Upload attachments. Running tests. See, the fact that I moved all those around and I changed the way that the results come out, that shouldn't work. Unit tests only as good as a developer writing. So what I'm looking for here, result dot value dot contains key. And this should be file is true. So and yes, I've written my own extensions to try and I don't like should. So I'm not using fluent assertions. farming dot is, and this should be attachment dot identify. Okay, it did work. So that's good. Not really TDD, but a unit test nevertheless. Basically, if I go and validate that now, so if I go into upload attachment, right, and I say we're going to add random GUID and run that test, it should fail. That's what's going to increase my confidence that that unit test is going to be valuable. I use different. So I'm confident that's doing what I expect. Why aren't you? What are you not liking? Let's go and make sure I haven't included reference in the wrong direction. So this is all referencing the right pieces. There's no planning items referenced there. This is all building properly. There's nothing there. Projects, attachments, share kernel. That's correct. This should not have any. Yeah. Okay, so let's start. We'll just start our attachments. See what happens. Storage provider. Oh, I didn't add my Azure storage provider back there. Builder net services dot Azure storage. Right. Storage. Try that again. That red squiggle's driving me crazy. I'll probably have to unload and reload. Ooh. What are you trying to do? So DBL schema. Oh, attachment should be a table as well. It helps if you actually go and run the scripts that you say you're going to run. So the thing I'm missing here is I manually created this. What I need to do hi looking, how you doing? Yes, I'm using also. So no, I don't want to do that. I'll do that in here. So when I create the database, I want to register the user, right? And then I want to do what I should run, change database context to master. I best not do that. That's a database. Awesome. I'm such a professional. Dear. That's from before. That's not from now. That's just from before. Okay. That's is that because that's not working? Is that because that's there you go. Okay. I'm a little bit so Ocelot is I am using it. Overall, I've not had any major issues yet. Apart from one. Um, but I've got a ticket open with them for that. I don't have much experience with alternatives um, right now. That's my big challenge. So as far as gateway goes, um, the way this application is built so far is Ocelot's here, and I have my individual APIs. So they're not these are larger than microservices, but they are independent services. So I have the gateway, uh, Ocelot running. I have console. I'm using console for my configuration to store the routes, and it's working. It's working well. I did just upgrade to 23.3.3 the other day, and it stopped working. It stopped resolving the name properly, which the developer says is not a change they made. So I have a ticket open with them right now. Uh, so why didn't that? Okay, okay, there we go. It created this time. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I screwed something up before. Of attachments. Okay, so our database is there now. So now when we run this service, the connection string should work fine. So what happens is the outboxes, when they start up, they actually check for them existing and then create the right tables. So that's why now there's a migration history and we have the outboxes. That's so mediator and Kafka outboxes happen. So if Kafka was to go away, the messages don't get lost entirely there. Okay. So that's that. Stop that. Let's start full stack again. Beginning with no stop. The only thing I don't have going through Ocelot right now is my GraphQL piece. I'm just not routing the GraphQL request through that. It has its own. Uh, but I'm about to fix that in the next day or two. Option, I was thinking if I make DB for each models I created, I should be one service only. I mean, well, tell me you're not resolving. Something's not. So the way this application is structured, um, I have the things that each component cares about have their own database. So actually, this table can now get dropped. So planning items exist with requirements, associated tickets, associated projects. It will eventually have associated attachments, right? But attachments is its own service. Tenant management is its own service. So they all have databases for the data they care about. Right? So tickets, tenant management, planning, attachments. They, as each one gets updated, they publish integration events to Kafka, and I consume them into a single database, the view database. So these models get condensed and consolidated down here. I've now got views on here as well. So I'm using views so that I can access GraphQL properly. So I do have CQRS. Uh, all my command stuff updates these tables. These are the sources of truth. So there's not just one, there's one database server, but these are independent databases with their own tables, their own models. What I'm about to test, hopefully, is that when I upload a file from here now, this still works. So if I go to attachments and choose that, and then we hit upload, do I get an error? Oh, 404. Oh, that's why, because it doesn't go to that URL anymore, does it? So my service, where I put that return URL, goes to there now. I can get that way. That can actually become that. So now I just need to do here, no, there. That's not a property, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a property now. So when I go here now, attachments and choose upload. Oh, it's still and dense. Still API. That's, oh, I'm just going to hit a 5. Attachment requires a primary key to be defined. If you intend to use a keyless. What? How did I break that? Entity-based long, contracts, configurations. Okay. So close. So the problem there is very easy once I figure it out. That isn't default. So by default, when you set up a context, it doesn't automatically go and say, "Oh, go okay, load the configurations." I could create an inherited context in my shared kernel just so I have that behavior. I feel like shared kernel is should be called dumping ground though. So the good news there is it all went through, so the API etc. ran. The other problem was that that wasn't set up to know that the ID column was that attachment, so it's not primary key. The underlying model has the properties kind of bound weirdly. But as always, if you want to know more about what I'm doing here, if you want to know any more detail, please feel free to ask. The project's getting kind of large now. For what it does, there's a lot of stuff going on. But in general, I'm trying to build a project management platform to start with, I suppose, where I'm trying to streamline discovery and documentation of requirements from a non-developer perspective. So right now I'm working the attachments piece. I want the next breakpoint to be in here. Oh, the connection string has not been initialized. What? What do you mean the connection string has not been initialized? On low projects. Low projects. Oh, don't copy and paste. I am also interested, by the way, in people who have done this sort of stuff, or not this particular platform, but done anything with something like I'm doing. Um, I'm always interested to learn about experiences and opinions. Like, if you're sat there thinking, uh, this is doomed to failure, it's going to suffer these sorts of problems, and this is not going to work because you're going to fall foul of this. I want to learn those lessons, but I don't want to learn them necessarily the hard way if someone else has got experience. So I am happy to talk through and see if I understand some pitfalls or some challenges along the way. So if you have experienced things like that, so you do have differing experiences, always happy to learn. Yeah, breakpoint. There we go. So we did a full round trip, and this should have a dictionary in it now. So our original event has identifiers, which has our file name. So we have console here, event dot original event dot event body body. Yep, there you go. There's our dictionary. So that's given us the lookup to our upload file, right? And what that allows me to do now is take what is in the files array, take the name, and now I can pull this information. Because what I'm going to publish here, well, a lot of what I'm doing so far involves, and again, the client side is 100% my weakest area. What I'm doing is I'm building a store, and what I'll do is I'll turn around in the store, and what I've just done is kind of messy because I've done something to support a client need, but it kind of makes sense in general. Um, what I need to be able to do is say, okay, well, I've got this attachment. This attachment does exist. I can show it on the screen, even if I don't have all the information. At least being able to look this up the way that it came back, right? So I have the file information here. I can now store that information here, and then when the server finally stores it, because again, the distributed nature of the system means that this is a little bit disconnected. Because what's going to happen is the attachment, and we're going to come back around on that in a minute. The attachment, when that processes, it's going to publish an event, the integration event for attachments. That will then publish a attachment entity per attachment, right? Um, and da, 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 da. Um, sorry, I can draw, I can talk, I can't similarly do both. So that will publish an attachment entity that will go into the publishing, that will publish out, and the consumers will pick it up, and my view database will get configured to store the attachment. When the planning item gets told, hey, by the way, you have an attachment, it's going to publish, oh, by the way, I have attachments, and it's going to say, I have attachments for this object ID. That's going to publish through there, that's going to get stored in there, and that's going to join them together, right? So the planning item, the planning system never needs to know about attachments directly. All it does is have an associated identifier. It doesn't care about the name, it doesn't have any access to that information, it doesn't care. I'm wondering if you can convert image file into SVG and save it to text format. I mean, you can go the other way, right? You can go SVG to PNG because you've got a rendered image, but you'd have to. I doubt that direction would be possible, just because SVG is vectors, whereas an image file, PNG or a JPEG is just um, per pixel colors, right? Obviously encoded, not just every single pixel, but you wouldn't know where the points are. Whereas in SVG, you've got all the points stored with the colors and everything like that. And it's a description. So you can render it and save it, but you can't go vice versa. So there we go. So that's what I'm going to try and do is get to that point. So I had to break attachments out as its own service. It does make sense because again, when I come to ticketing, when I come to tenant, even tenant management could have attachments, right? Any other component of the system can now publish, can now create attachments, and it's up to the thing that builds it to the component that I put it in to do the association. It says I can upload a file. What I do with it next is not your concern. Like that's a global attachment system now. And overall, apart from some copy paste errors, that went pretty smoothly. So we're back to where we were earlier in the stream. Attachments. Oh. And yeah, this prevents me from having attachments tables in planning, whatever. Because again, I'm not going to query these databases. Right. These databases are never going to be for querying. They are all for just storing the data they need. If I need the data in a different format, if I need the data stored in a reporting format or whatever, I produce this out of Kafka. I can consume it in whatever way I want. So just because this is my view DB doesn't mean that has to be my reporting DB or my, as I've got examples of here, search. When it comes later on, I want to search for a product. I want to search for um, uh, a ticket, or I want to search for something by a customer or whatever. I'll be able to build specific indexes based off that same data. And that's what Kafka's giving me, that giving this ability to distribute this data and grow the system as a need. Again, as I said earlier on, though, it does come with some cost in that I'm going to have to build pipelines for producing this data out. So if this system was to go, if everything below here, right, was to go and die in a big mess, right? How do I bring the system back up, right? Assuming these are all backed up nice and neatly, they're all saved. If you have all this information saved, you should be able to reproduce everything below here. Like it's not lost. That's going to be quite a challenge because I want to make a pipeline that is nice and easy to say, okay, just recreate the data, publish the data, but I don't want to publish it to Kafka because that is incorrect. Ads are about to start, so I apologize if you get stuck behind them. They do help keep the stream moving. As an affiliate on Twitch, you kind of don't have an option. So if you got stuck behind them and you want me to build upon it, then just say. Yes, true secrets. I am doing command and query separation in a way that I've never actually achieved in products I've built because I've always had pushback on this style of design. And then the more I do this, the more I see this, the more I'm like, this makes a lot of sense. I like the way this is going, but it does come with some extra challenges, right? Such as the amount of work I just had to do to get this attachment component built out. And now I've added an extra layer. I've added yet more code to maintain. There's now 51 projects. And again, all I'm doing realistically right this second in this application is I can create a planning item. I can assign a planning item. I can update the planning item. I can now add requirements to planning item and I can attach images and stuff to the system. I have yet to do the attach to the planning item. So there's not a lot of stuff this is doing for what it's achieving for the size of what I've got. But I do believe, and I am comfortable with, patterns are identical. The methods of updating the code is the same. I know where I'm going for any given component, and it does allow me to keep this in a usable manner for me. Yeah, this is, I mean, Ocelot is as simple as it gets, right? Is the service starts up, it uses console for its configuration, and then it binds everything else up, which is nice. Also does mean that I can put right now, if I wanted to, with very little effort, I could try and put a different front end on this. I could potentially go and try and tinker with Blazor or whatever. Not going to do that, but yeah. Moved up a lot of attachments to a linked component. Not right now. I'm not creating an image for every project. Ultimately, and I've experimented with this before. Um, I will end up with the API having its own container. What I have, and I've actually built this already because I've got the components in place. So when I have consumers services, so like here, the infrastructure, I do have the ability to break that out into multiple services, multiple containers are configured. So there will be images for the consumers, there will be images for the APIs, etc. Later on. I had that previously running for a different project, and I did a Docker build of the images, and then had Kubernetes pull in them, and then they started up and registered themselves, and yeah, so I had console and all the other services registered in Kubernetes. Well, say micro KS. I've got. I'm gonna have to build a new box for this one if I'm going to do it that way. I keep seeing .NET Aspire. The challenge for me with that right now is there's a lot of components that it does support, but there's kind of their image of that, which could mean a challenge for me because I'd say, okay, well, I want to use Kafka, but now I've got to use their version of Kafka, their consumer, their producer, etc. Well, now my libraries don't fit with that. So I built all this framework. What do I do there? So there might be some challenges. Component. It's not much more than that. It's updated balance. Attachments. That's pretty much it as a commit. Um, actually, no, that's not commit balance. Routine tests. Attachments. Okay. So next challenge. Not much to do. Let's try the second. Actually, don't think that I don't think this service or even the store will ever be required. I'll be right back. Okay. That should bring me back. Do you also include secret vault in the project? Um, Azure secret vault. You mean? I haven't. The only thing I've interacted with right this second, in interface with right this second uh the Azure storage. I do know that the when I went to do Azure storage, it recommends using the key vault to store um, the access key for the storage, but I haven't as yet implemented that. I figured my weekend's focus has been get this up and running so that it's attaching to to the deploying items. Uh, what's happening is basically the deeper I'm getting in the application, the more components I'm having to deal with, right? So the wider the stretch gets, the more I include, and it gets a little bit more hard, more difficult. Because again, once I get past this phase, once I get to attachments and requirements is working, and I can attach requirement images to requirements, etc. There's actually no reason why I can't use this application to track the changes coming in this application, with review dates, etc. Right? Um, but to get to that point, I have to do deployment. To get to deployment, I have to make sure some things are shored up. So it, the more I add, the more difficult it gets to do everything. And then it's like, well, do I spend time struggling through the deployment phase? Because last time I tried to deploy an app like this, it did take me about 2.5 months to learn all the things I need to learn um, to get up and running with it, which was not easy. Um, so yeah. What I'm considering right this second is, do I flash removing? Why shared interceptors not be used now? That's interesting. Planning program. Add full DB context. So, okay. Read the menus. That's not a great name either. Let's stop running for a second. Yeah, that. Clean that up. Okay. Remove traces of power flow. Finding. Why are you now not? Oh, um, files created from being you track them in moves and not deletes or adds, etc. Um, that's what I missed those as part of the commit. I'm not messing around with because I'm the solo developer. The history of this right now doesn't matter until the point at which I say this is good to go. To me, it doesn't matter. The Git commit history before version 0.1 does not matter as much as the history afterwards. So if I was trying to make sure that I made meaningful commits there, I'd have gone back and amended that previous commit. Files could be removed from planning attachments. But if I spend time doing that sort of stuff now, that becomes yet more stuff I'm not doing. Yeah. Okay, so let's get this. So the file upload, once I've got it, let uh mapping equal event.files. Map it goes to uh, name is name size f dot size No, not what I want to do. So that is actually event, the original event dot body dot identifiers. This is that needs to be cast somehow because it doesn't have body. It is in there, right? It is in there for certain, but yeah. And this needs to be f dot name, right? Because that's what it keys it back off of. Uh, Attachments, and then we're going to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an endpoint, a method in the store for planning items. And I want to, this is the challenge. This application is not open source. I don't want it to be open source because I do intend to make it a product. Even that, though, if I decide tomorrow to say this isn't going to be a product anymore, this is going to be open source. It requires so much effort to get anybody started, to get anybody up and running with this application as a thing, that there's no benefit in me open sourcing it because you're not going to get anything from it. What that means though is if I want to show it to people, I have to have their availability. Now there's a few people I would like to talk to in terms of skills and like learning. One of those would be Exokerman, who does know a lot more about the signal stores, because I think there's some relationship stuff here that I'm messing up. There's some because there's some things that would be nice to understand how he would approach the data design as well. Because what I'm doing right now is I'm kind of creating this root object of planning items, and everything I'm doing is going through planning items. Um, it does kind of make sense. It does mean that this object gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more information I attach to it. When do I load extra information? When do I go and fetch that? Do I store? Because you can't really necessarily join stores. That doesn't seem like a reasonable pattern. Um, so what should I do there? Right? All these challenges that I have. Um, and so from a design perspective, I'm way more confident on the server side that things are working the way they should do. On the client side, not too confident. So I think what I need to do is get to that point where comfortable. Let's test this. Let's get this up and running. Let's test this, see what happens. I also need to, although on the screen, again, because I have limited experience with Azure and portals, etc. I am going to shy away where possible from sharing my screen, um, which right now is even riskier than normal because I'm streaming off the same machine. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is because I've got a lot of, I'm also uploading an 11 meg image every time I do that. So that's probably not the smartest thing to do. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm also a newbie as well. This application stack, as a solo developer, is insane. The more I do, the more I realize that. Um, not from a maintainability perspective, from a navigation perspective, is simple. When it comes to things like Azure and like what does it mean to put this into the cloud, etc., I'm making my life more and more difficult because I'm spreading it out, right? So as a solo developer, it would have probably made more sense for me to build a monolith because it would have been easy to manage, easy to deploy. That being said, that would have also then been even harder to maintain and harder to build out later. Um, so like I'm at 51 projects and it's not even scratching the surface. So it's making it more intimidating from an Azure perspective as well. The amount of things I'll have to learn to even think about, or AWS or Google Cloud, the things I'm going to have to learn to figure out how to deploy this are scary. So what I might have to do is go off and figure out how do I do this in my personal space to demonstrate this to people. Right. So build a Kubernetes cluster, give it as much redundancy as possible, get people involved to test it and view it. Um, how much DBs does the Apple project? Well, right now I'm again I'm not making microservices. I'm making a modular monolith, right? So right now I have 5 databases. Now there's other components to come. Um, there's at least one more major component and probably several others. So right now I'm at 5 DBs to make up the system. These four are sources of truth. These are the critical backbone of the server. The view should be able to be recreated. And that's what I was talking about before. I should be able to, for any view, any database that's produced from the result of Kafka integration messages, I should be able to recreate it through some data pipelines. I'm a strong proponent of understanding packaging and deployment. Will almost certainly will result in you changing how you write your code and how you manage dependencies. Yeah, I can see that. Um, I think all developers should understand the deployment process. I understand the whole, I shouldn't have to worry about the specifics, but I should at least understand the components necessary to of when it's going to be delivered. So in a large organization, if it's deployed to the cloud, I should understand, okay, this is an app service versus this is, a function or whatever. Um, One of the suggestions early on from Deflux was that I kind of lean more into platform as a service and do more functions. But I had no concept of how that would work because I'm not building this in microservice. I'm building this as kind of I keep saying components and modules in the monolith, I suppose. Yeah. Um, I guess I keep putting that part off though. The packaging deployment, I'm like, well, it's not very useful to do it right now, so I won't do it now. Um, it's not aiming for your own NAS setup. Um, well, step one will be get one of my spare PCs, get a Linux distro on there, install microcreate S, get the deployment working to get all the scripts and stuff running for Kubernetes deployment. I have done that before. Uh, in a similar style. So it's not like this is completely new. It's just this whole concept of the view and how it all flows together has been new. Um, yeah, projects. I have that much hack on my system. It's not even funny. Game intro, game tracking. No, that's a different one. Scripts. No, that's a different one. I'm trying to find. Maybe I don't have it. I think, but basically, um, that's so I think you're aiming a specific area for your business. So, well, that's the problem, right? I think what I need to do is prove that it's a thing, right? Because I've listened to people, I've studied a little bit, and I'm actually listening to a few other uh, audiobooks on stories and how people approach it. I've got my own experience to pull from. Once I get to this to a point where I think it is different than the tools that I'm trying to fix, and once I think that it is at a point where um, it could provide value, I have to make the decision to promote it or show it to some people. And I think that's kind of my plan is basically gauge interest at that point rather than spending vast amounts of money on cloud infrastructure because this will cost a fortune to run. For me, a fortune, right? With no return. So if I have um, a cluster set up that I can deploy quickly, and again, keep practicing that. So, like Trap said, proponent of understanding packaging and deployment. One of the things I will do is, and I do it already with the database scripts, right? So these scripts, when I have new challenges with the data, etc., and ads are going to start. Has it been a half an hour already? Wow. When new challenges come across, I basically wipe out all the tables in the databases and I recreate them from the scripts. I think that should be a fundamental thing you practice over and over and over again as you go through this thing. So I will make sure that the Kubernetes scripts can be able to bring up the system, etc. Um, things like uh, questions like how do I recover from a failure? How do I recreate data? How do I implement new features once it's live is going to be a challenge as well. That's a process that I should understand before I go into saying, yes, this is a product, because I think that's a pipeline we fail too often at is the whole, how do we maintain it once it goes to production? But if I can get to that point where I can demonstrate, here's the product, engage interest, then I can choose to deal with the global aspect of it because there's there's no specific area of the world that is not going to find something like this useful if it's the way I think it is. So okay, that's running. That's running. So everything's up and running, but it doesn't like this because what is this then? So if we do, write that out again, upload another file, attachments, choose, upload. Okay. HTTP response. Is that okay? So can we do event dot original event as HTTP response? Oh, no, that's not what it was. I'm just making things up now. Response base. So what? So I'm going to fall foul of TypeScript. What am I doing wrong there? That's not HTTP response. That's clearly there. It's valid, but it's not going to let me do it in TypeScript. I don't want to cast at any What kind of audience you were targeting? Well, for this, I'm targeting organizations that develop software, right? So that's why I will be able to dog food this when it gets to a certain point because I will be able to build on this. I'm focused on the planning piece because this is the piece that often lets us as developers down the most. And I'm trying to make sure that this isn't in our Scrum pipeline. This is well, it's kind of in the Agile pipeline, but it's before developers. This is a piece we don't often have as a separate component, and I'm trying to build that. So basically, teams that develop software are my target. Like I said, if if I get this to a point and I think this is workable, and I actually dog food it and I work through things, yeah. But that's the passion, right? That is what I care about. I want to make developers productive without the tooling being a problem. So I want to get the things they need to them without having all the other stuff attached, which is oftentimes what slows us down as developers. It's a very complex one, and I might fail. I'm likely to fail, but I want to give it my best shot. Um, Original event is it underscore HTTP response. Okay, let's see what I can do. So that's fine. So uncomment this. Let's see if it'll let me cast it in here. Jira consumes half of my whole day work, and that's as if your job. Let's not think. What do I like about that? Ah, uh, if your job is a developer, right? If your job as a developer is to develop software, why are you spending great deals of time pushing back on requirements? Why are you spending great deals of time explaining where a project that you were assigned 2 weeks ago is and has been sent through to whatever? Why are you explaining why is this not out of the backlog yet? Why are you explaining anything about any piece of work other than here's what I'm working on right now? That's what I'm working on. You don't need to ask me about other things because you should be able to see those things in tools. Jira is one big management helper tool that fails to help management because it needs more context, it needs more process, it needs everything else. So what I want to do is lead planning through its own process, kind of give the tooling to naturally extract the things that you want to do, keep things loose, allow developers to sit down with product and develop the stories so that they agree on the stories, keep these review dates in here so things can't get lost, and putting notifications and alerting and reporting into the process so that management can watch for things happening, they can see events happening, they can see when stories have missed the mark in terms of the planning. They know where they know where the slowness is and can identify, oh, we're slow to get requirements. We need to improve that. They don't need to worry about where a story is because we can actually label things and say, this has been done, this has been promoted, etc. And developers don't need to worry about that. So to me, Trello is the only view that a developer should need to care about, right? Because everything else is management, right? What work as a team do we have to work on right now? where are we with that work, so we can all talk about it in context of it's in progress, it's completed, it's done. Everything else is management fluff. So there you go. Let me create export interface. Attachment box. That is identifiers record string. So say attachment response. Let's see if that works. What is the worst that happens? Project managers should handle more stuff, not devs. But oftentimes devs do. That's the problem, right? That's why I'm trying to say, hey, I'll give you the tools to be able to give absolute visibility into all pieces of the software, reporting pipelines, alerting. I do have a complicated alerting system planned that will allow people to say, I care about when this happens to this object. So, as let's say you're a CEO and you want to care about, oh, if we add stories to these things, so I want to track all stories that get into planning. I want to know when the review dates expire or when new items are added. You can subscribe to that and you can choose how you subscribe to that. So you get a digest, or you get an alert, or you get a pop-up or whatever. You can choose on an individual basis how granular or how general. Hey Mojo, dang, am I too late? I don't have a defined streaming end. I'm making progress. Um, Welcome. How you doing? I probably need to post in one lines Discord as well when I'm going live. I only post in my own. Um, so yeah, I have a complicated um thing going with or thing design in progress for alerting. And one of the concepts I have is this review date. This review date is something that cannot be avoided. Everything has a review date, so you know when it needs to be reviewed. So there'll be no backlog. Lovely project goal. Thank you. There'll be no backlog of that needs organizing because the review date will specify, right? So if a review date passes again, people get notified. Oh, by the way, there's a backlog, but that review date needs updating. Um, it's just kind of, I think more visibility and more tracking is necessary. Okay, so what we've done today is we've created another component of the system for attachments. This gives us the ability to have attachments as a um, a global concept. So now um, I can attach anything to the system, right? Because it doesn't have the attachment specifically. What we're about to test is when we choose a file and we hit upload. So attachments, and there we go. That's our document. Nice. Sweet, that worked first time. It's like I know what I'm doing. Attachments is I want to upload screenshots. I want to upload images. I want to upload mock-ups. I want to upload text documents. Anything you want to do with attachments, right? So in this case, you might want to attach. You might want to attach a document that a customer's provided to as an example of a problem. You might want to attach whatever. Requirements. When you come into requirements will have attachments as well that you can say, okay, well, here's some here's some mock-ups of what this should look like, etc. So you can have them in individual requirements. But what I'm doing is building attachments as a global system so that realistically I could say, okay, look up existing attachments for my tenant and it will allow me to see them all. So I can actually attach the same attachment to multiple areas. So I could say, okay, attach them to the planning item, but now assign them to individual requirements. So I can just say, okay, well, these attachments are for this planning item, etc., for this requirement. What that will mean as well is when I go to the story side. So the idea is this planning item, when it's time to promote, we'll have a promotion button or whatever. There'll be a full screen version of this as well. You'll promote this planning item, and the idea will be that you sit with the developers for this and go through the requirements. You say, okay, well, that requirement, that requirement, that requirement is part of planning. That requirement is part of ticketing, and that requirement is part of storage. So it actually creates 3 different stories in the different um, projects. And the requirements you've selected actually become part of the stories. So you can actually create 2 projects, 2 stories in planning, each with an own requirement. I think Trello will be a competitor. Somewhere between Trello and Jira. Maybe Jira. It would be nice to be that way, right? And I'm trying to treat it as professionally as I can and as uh, uh, I'm treating it as if it will be. Yes, they are. Um, yeah, Jira does own, Atlassian does own Trello. Um, but they still do run Trello as a company, so you could go into that space. But again, for me, the alerting and the review dates, which are massive pieces of my platform, are the things that Bitbucket's going the way of the dodo, right? They're finally shutting down Bitbucket. Um, but yeah, my distinguishing components are the review date and the alerting that I want to put in place. So they're going to be large components. But I need to get to the point where I've built enough. But because right now I don't have additional users, I don't have teams or assignments, etc. So I don't have any of that. And projects and stuff are right now they're just labels because to the planning items, I don't feel that product should necessarily dictate what where a piece of work actually does sit. I think it needs to be a decision at the point when you create a story. So this will allow product to say, okay, well, I think there's elements of this, and this attached to this, and it's not a firm, hard tie. It just allows you to filter and say, okay, well, this is where this sits. Okay, so we have attachments. We can collect these. These are the things we're going to attach. Now, the reason I'm collecting ID, name, size, and MIME type is because those are pieces of information that are going to become. This is actually, I think, a term name. Um, yeah. Um, that's so that it can fit inside of stock. 6 o'clock. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through what I need to do next. So, the irony of having a disconnected and discombobulated development process is not lost. Um, I'm hoping that once I get to a good point in this, that I am able to organize myself around this. So that isn't part of the stores though. Where does this live? Where does this live? I don't think it lives in models there. Client-side organization is an absolute bleh. This doesn't. I mean, okay, I don't have another need for this right now, so I don't need to panic about this. That's just messy. Um, so what I need to do now is I need to say store dot is this store, so I don't need an actual attachment service. Oh, did I actually create a store for that? I did. I did. I don't need an attachment store. Do I? Do I need an attachment store? No, because I'm not changing them in there right a second. I'm going to remove those pieces because I don't really want to make a cluttered mess of code. I'm not going to need it right this second. So I'm using signal stores. The signal stores allow me to kind of change the data within them, disconnect that from the actual services that back them, which means that the application front end is backed off the store. It means that if I go in here and I change this one, and I say this is now assigned to Jeffrey, and I tab out, it should update there. Tell me it's updated, right? So these two are separate components. It is updating because it's using signals to tell the page, yep, you changed. Similarly, I can uncheck that, and then that tenant management, and that's updated in the store, even though that request hasn't gone up the full circle in the back end. Again, that's actually sent up a statement up here. No, this isn't using Signal right now. This is Angular 18. It uses signals. Signals are just subscriptions to things, to data, and I can signal this changed. And I'm using a signal store as a backing data. So the actual front end, I don't actually interact with the server directly. I interact indirectly through the signal store. So the signal store is updating it. It's not a full Redux pattern, as I understand it. So I'm not using those. What I do use, and I haven't really flexed it yet, is I do have, on the view side of things, I have, when I receive data, so this is the GraphQL side of things. This is the view side. So when the data publishes through Kafka, it gets consumed in here. I update the data store for the view. This uses an update DB context, so it updates the tables. So each of these receivers just takes out the data and then feeds it off to an application component. But then what happens is these application components, when they change, I actually need to notify so I do actually publish to, this is mass transit. I do actually publish to mass transit an event to say this item changed, by the way. So the planning item is updated. I actually do have a different way of doing this. So I can disconnect this mass transit component, which is ironically the same as the Kafka component with the side, just using mass transit instead of Kafka. The reason I'm doing it this way is because this is not an integration event. This is actually a system level event of this thing changed. You need to do something. So I could actually consume this event from all other places. And this might not actually live in this component eventually, right? This should be just responsible for updating the data in the view. I just put it in here as a sample. But what I could do is publish mass transit events to say this, the review date changed on this, the thing changed on that, etc. And what happens is the consumer's here. So I actually have a consumer for planning item updating here. And this uses, I'm actually using GraphQL subscriptions. I'm subscribed to um, planning items, um, which is here. I'm actually subscribing to notifications in GraphQL. So GraphQL does have a WebSocket open all the time, and I can push data down to the client through that. So I could use SignalR, and I probably will end up using SignalR in some way, shape, or form. But GraphQL, Hot Chocolate does have this model built into it. And what this does is say, okay, well, if the target user is not this user, so individual users are actually subscribed, so it does deal with that. So if I'm not aiming it at a specific user, it won't send to them. So I can actually, I could actually flex this out a little bit and dictate, okay, you can only get notifications that I say you can get. So yeah, GraphQL subscriptions. Again, there's a whole lot of technology in here. There's a whole lot of coding. There's a there's a lot for something that looks very simplistic by the second. But the goal is to keep building on, and the patterns of that. And I'm procrastinating. So what I need to do here now is I need to, in my, I'll require attachments here. I will build an add attachment component out and subscribe to that so that this isn't doing I need to go. For what I'm doing now, for this design, it makes the most sense it has ever made to me. Because I've got that read database. That read database can be structured and optimized in whatever way I care about. I don't have to create things that will affect the data, right? So in the past, I've had GraphQL hooked up to the same database that I'm storing the data in. So the last time I tried to use GraphQL, what I had is more a slice, right? So I had a system was publishing messages. All those messages were consumed to a single database, and so kind of think of that path there, and then was sticking GraphQL on that. But all the data from all these was being condensed into here as actual data that we'd be reading and writing to it, right? There was a source system that published the data, and then this was able to control updates to that data and whatnot. Now I've done it this way, it makes the most sense to me it's ever made. That this here can be whatever I need it to be. It can be, if as a SQL database, it makes sense. And then what I've done is I've actually created, if I look at the view, I actually do have views. And these views can, so I have a structure, I have a normalized structure. These views condense those down into meaningful pieces for the front end. Right, so I can get planning items, I can get projects, I can get requirements, I can get users. Why this user exists, I don't know where they came from. I don't know how I managed to get the user there, but I did. And it means that on the GraphQL side, what I have is I actually just have a direct hook into a context, a DB context. And this is a view DB context, so it's no updates are intended against it. I can actually have a read-only user on it as well because it doesn't do any updates. And I use the views, but this view DB context represents them as regular objects, right? So I can pull that data, and then from this perspective here, I can just pull the data out. So I can flex this any way I like. So I can just knock out everything there and back. And it's nice and quick. It all works nicely for me. And I'm able to use it together. The reason I'm diverting every time, like I'm trying to demonstrate how I'm attempting things because I think that's useful. Um, and I'm procrastinating. Um, but it's really hard to show this system at this point. And as I've developed more on the stream, I've realized that the bigger it gets, the harder it is to just say, "Hey, have a look." And people lose context. I know that some people have kind of wandered away from watching the stream. Um, in general, because I think it's a little hard to take this in. Uh, but so far, it's working pretty well. And GraphQL is actually, I think, doing exactly what I wanted to do. Is allow me to flex those things. I can ask for more information on certain screens. I can get summary information on the screens. I can filter, and I can sort stuff as well. A page. So there is a lot of potential there. Curious if those test unit was. These all my unit tests. So far, yeah. Um, well, I'm flying through time today. Okay, let's get this attachments done. So what I need to be doing here right now is where it gets a little bit difficult. So I have the attachments in here. Right, let's concentrate on this part first before I go too far. And actually, this demonstrates a lot of what I'm doing. So when I do an attachment, right, nothing gets published, right? There's no events are happening here. Which actually is wrong, because it should. I think I did hook it up. So what happens is when I post, I go into upload attachments. In here, I call attachment.create. I didn't do the domain. Okay. Or is it intended to pipe down data as your main value, just for testing? It took pipe down as a offense. I apologize. Ads are going to start again in 2 minutes. Um, oh, you mean the GraphQL stuff, the publish? I'm not quite sure if all working. So what I need to do in here is I need to do add domain unit test. Create raw attachment. Opening attachment. The unit tests are intended to the unit tests so far generally cover the baby in the application. They're not 100% coverage for certain. I haven't tested coverage yet, but the unit tests so far are intended very much to um, cover most of the behavior I've got. So in our domain, we need events, and I've got attachments here. So these are domain events. These are events that fire internally in the component and can be listened to from multiple places. I can subscribe to these events within the application stack, within the application itself, not within the entire stack, but the application can listen to these events. They are published at the time, and then I can do whatever I need to do. So the ability that provides is that I can disconnect behaviors. So in this case, what this is going to do is I'm going to say, okay, add domain event, attachment created. That's going to be attachment.identifier. So that's telling me this attachment was created. That adds a domain event, which will then publish. It looks funny right this second, but that's okay. Now, whenever I add an attachment, this event will get published out. So what I can do then in my application, in upload, this is why I normally have command. I probably should put commands back. Commands go back there, and then I end up with subscribers. I think that's my common format. Yep. And then in subscribers, I end up with attachment created. Now it's going to be one of these for every single time. And then I name the folder that way is so that I can respond to the event. So I can know who's subscribing to it. In this case, my standard is I create push integration. And what this is going to do is going to turn around, and if I go to the events over in my shared, no, messaging events, integration events, I have attachment integration event. This is going to contain all the information about the attachment. Default integration event. So it has a source because the attachment could be updated, it could be added, it could be all sorts. But I'm just saying, hey, by the way, here's a current attachment, and here's where it came from, so I can actually track what triggered the change. So this is going to end up with, have a look at this. Yeah. So we're going to have a public GUID identifier, public GUID identifier. That is still attached to it. Even though I do that, I have tenant identifier. We're going to need name, we're going to need all this. Public string name, content length. Come on. Yep. Content type. Yep. Yep. Starting to see a pattern there. The integration events probably should figure that out. So again, I'm going to publish the information out as it is. Now these are the GUIs. These are not internal IDs. This is the publicly shared information. The assumption is that the systems that care about this information, the ones that listen, will understand how to translate this to a person. It's not my responsibility to pass that towards them. If it's not there, it's not there. Blair, right? So what's going to happen here is I'm going to do something. I'm going to copy and paste just to speed up my discussion about this and get to the point where we actually care about things again. So this publish integration is going to take a repository. That's going to be of attachment, right? So I need to get access to the repository. And this is going to be, what we're going to end up doing here is, because I've created a folder called attachment created, that overrides the name of the event. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an attachment created notification equals attachments domain.events.attachment created. So I'm going to create an alias, and I'm going to use that there, right? So that's going to be the notification. Actually, we don't need to do that. So this is a notification handle. This is a mediator concern. This is one day I'm going to include system mail easily. I chose the wrong handle to base this off, by the way. So, but the pattern's similar. We'll worry about that in a second. Entity by identifier spec attachment. Entity by identifier spec. Entity base is identity. Ooh. Entity base identifier specified identity. So I just need I need to change that requirement. That just needs to be identity. That'll still function everywhere else. That's quite a fundamental change though. So we'll see how that goes. So what we're going to do is this should never be known, right? Because I've only got here because I created the thing itself, right? This event only gets published to Mediator, and this is one of the libraries that I created. This only gets published at the point I commit to the database. It's all hooked in there. The reason being, I don't want to publish these events prematurely or in line with everything else, because they should only happen after things have been saved and I've guaranteed that the data's there. So if this happens for whatever reason, if I say integrate this and it's gone, that's a major problem for this handler. Okay, so then what we're going to do, I go find one that goes down there, all based off that. So that's public planning item. It's basically going to do something like this. So I'm going to take the attachment identifier. That's going to be the key. I'm going to do an attachment integration event. Right. So we reference that project. Our event source here is going to be type of attachment created. Now, the fun thing here is it's going to use is it typo or name? So I'm actually going to use the namespace here to name it, because I don't want to call it name. I don't, because if I use notification, even though it's an alias for that event, it's still going to call it attachment created notification. That's not what created it. The attachment created event is the internal source of why that happened. So that's going to be attachment. That's going to be attachment. Right? Most data is going to end up with a talent identifier at this point. Remove that. Remove that. Remove that. That can be attachment. That can be attachment. I'm deliberately going over them one by one, just rather than find replace, because it is a review of that. Okay, so name equals attachment dot name. Come on, you can help me here, right? Content type equals attachment type. Does it have a logger? Right now, there is no logging. I'm a big believer in leaving logger till later, like figuring out what do I actually need to do? What do I need to log? So far, I've got by this on. I've debugged most issues with the system in a matter of minutes. Even the ones I've got stuck on stream, they've not been hard to figure out. I do intend to do an entire pass of introducing open telemetry. I do want logging in there. It's not like I don't want any logging. I do realize there's a benefit. I don't want to log too much. So I want to make it part of a separate review later on. Because if you think about it, what information is valuable here? This information that I'm pulling, the fact that the event happened, that's stored in the table. I can see the event, right? So once I've done this now, we're going to see a record appearing here. That's going to be that notification event. Then when it publishes to Kafka, I'm going to see that in there. So I can debug the system if I know there's a notification there, but there's not a message there. So these two will work hand in hand. Okay, so I don't have to do any wire up. That will be now that I've put that event happening in there, that should work. So I should be able to build the system again. I mean, for tracking events of users who's accessing other controllers. Well, I do, like I said, I want to put open telemetry in eventually. I want to put metrics because that's a metric. That's not necessarily um Mm. I don't know. I've seen so much logging in systems and so little of it is useful. So to me, knowing how my users are using the system is a metric and what's it called? Telemetry, right? How many users are using the system? What's the most commonly used endpoints? Are people clicking? Like, there's a whole lot of UI stuff that I would love to learn for certain. Because knowing how people are using your application is a very important thing. This application right now is built. This is developer UI, right? I do really want to find someone who's an expert at UI UX and see what they would do with this and maybe build that out in the future. So now if I go over here, I go to attachments. Let's upload. Let's upload the original file. I can't keep uploading. Right, so that's 30 bytes. I hit upload. It got there. What we should see now is in these tables, there should be one in the notification outbox. Oh, no. Why didn't you publish? Wah, wah. Need fail sound. Did you actually fail? I'm waxing on about not needing logging, and all of a sudden I'm like, why did that bug? It's checking the outbox. Ah, there you go. It did fail. No, it didn't. I didn't get an exception. I did not get an exception. There was no problem. That's funny. I'm like, I don't need logging. Oh, what do I need to do? Oh, I can debug it. It's my fault for being smart. Famous last words. We don't need. Yeah, he said thing. I don't think that would have actually looking at the logs there. There was in the logs files there was nothing to tell me what went wrong. I think we know what went wrong there. Yep, there's your problem. So this is mediator side of things, right? Domain outbox. So domain outbox is set to ls attachments. It is set to use the right database. So again, mixing after it crawled, don't you? We had the domain event. When we hit save, so the way it works is I had the domain event, so the attachment has the domain events attached to it. When I hit add here, no, when I hit, sorry, add a async there, that actually will go and save to the database. So it should produce the event. That event should then get published to the notification and gone here and have hit here. disconnected though, so that it should have saved to the mediator outbox. I'm not add outbox monitor. So I know this is working because it created the actual. Um, it created. He says randomly clicking around like a madman. It created these tables. So this is the Kafka one. This is the mediator one, right? So notification outbox is mediator. Kafka messaging outbox is Kafka. One day I'll figure out how to make them customizable names, and another plan would be to make this allow its own database. So there is one database for all eventing. There's a major problem with that also. I'll come back around on that one. Or a major challenge, not a problem. So it's configured correctly. Meeting mediator, managing repositories. So let's go and see if so where that happens, and again, this is the beauty of the share code. Where that actually happens is domain event publishing interceptor. So what should happen? I choose the file again and hit upload. Okay, we got to here. Ah, there we go. That's why. And I've gone broken it. I've gone done broken it. Entity base is this level, which is an entity base, right? So I have I have now many entity bases. That's the problem. So this was for compatibility, because what I did is I introduced the concept of a long primary key. So that is depressing me. I introduced the concept of a different primary key. So to achieve that, I had to create an interface which says, okay, I'm going to have an ID and it's going to be whatever. Then if I specify the actual key type of entity, I can override that base and make it so long, it supports long. Entity base, the abstract class, now has to implement T key. And that allows me to create an entity base of T key. And then entity base itself now is just an entity base of type in. So every time you see entity base, it defaults to integer. That was a compatibility measure. The base entity has domain events, so I can loop through domain events at this point. The problem is, oh no, this piece is not in my. This is still shared kernel. Phew. If I had these intercepts to the library, that would be problematic, and I probably should. But the reason I don't have this in the mediator part is because the mediator component doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter how I get them in there, right? Because this is actually publishing the events. The mediator part is the mediator part. So if I replace that with that, is that acceptable? I think so. 4 members up. Clear update last day. So I also have the concept. If you have an update, an identity, you can, yeah. You can, I can automatically update. So I have another interceptor that says, okay, well, if I call update, it's going to suffer the same problem. So we can do that. If I call update on an object that is an identity, it should automatically have its updated date last set. So I don't need to manually set that value. It can be handled for me. So you don't have a choice. If you've changed the value, is your project aims for pay per transaction? I haven't really thought about the cost model. if I'm being very honest. Because per seat is probably the simplest, right? Per user is probably the simplest costing model. But what I'm aiming to do is lower the need for a ton of people to need to use it. So that would be a bad business model to try and replace to earn decent money off of, right? Because I'm saying, oh, okay, well, actually, you don't need a lot of people. Um, but maybe sorry if I move the microphone in my dangly microphone here. Um, maybe if I have the add-ons like the notifications, etc., you can get X number. I don't know. It's a challenging thing to think about a cost model because it's I believe this will work out. I'm not even going to worry about the breakpoint right now because I think this is going to work fine. Now I saw it. That's what I'm saying. I haven't needed a lot of logging so far. All I had to do is verify that this didn't throw an exception. Um, I'll go back now to my previous hill and die on it. Yeah, it's difficult. Do I do that? Do I try and uh, I've got a long time before I even have to worry about what it's going to cost. I'd be interested to know what people think about how you would pay for this because these things are not cheap anyway, right? Okay, so we get that. Do we have? Yay! Okay, so there's our notification. So this is the event that occurred when I added the attachment. Right? So there'd be one of these per attachment added, and this is only contains the identifier of the attachment. So there's a bunch of reads that are going to happen immediately after the save. Right? It hasn't been processed at this point, so the service is not picking it up, or it's failing and rolling back. So the Kafka messaging out well. So actually, this is demonstrating exactly what I was talking about before. You don't need it once you have your login going implemented. Yeah. So what's happening here is probably really nothing's registered for it. Why not? Oh, I know why. Okay, I know what went wrong, and I'm certain I will see the error the moment I look for it. Right. So I said earlier on that I centralized configuration of Kafka topics. The reason I did that is so that I don't have to configure them in every single service. Um, so the problem there is if you don't go and update that central listing with your topics, I have no idea where to publish to. Right. So Kafka has some problems. So what I'm expected to see is if I go to my attachment project, I'm going to see a failure at publishing the Kafka note message. There you go. Unable to cast object and type system in 32. That's a different problem than I expected, but it is an error. Publish integration line 16. Oh, that's probably I probably did the wrong time. Backing off for 50 milliseconds. So it did fail, but it didn't fail for the right reasons. However, there's still a problem in terms of um, that shouldn't matter. Identity. It will matter. Attachment has entity based long. That shouldn't be a difference. Okay. Oh, but anyway, one thing I need to go fix. I apologize. Actually, let me do it this way. I said earlier on that I have Kafka integration events stored in console. The reason I do this is so that I don't have to keep maintaining this in every single project. So that when the system starts up, it knows, I've got it. I know where this event's coming from. So what I need to do here is add type name events.integration dot attachment integration event. I'm not putting any specificity on these. I'm not saying, oh, this is the created event. No one has ever told me I'm wrong with Kafka, including Confluent themselves, with how I've done queues, etc., topics, and handled events. But yeah, it's for right now, this feels good for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update console with that update. All right. Then I need to go into Kafka itself and configure that topic. You don't want to be leaving Kafka to create its own events, to create its own topic. Sorry, my apologies. If you do that, it'll create it with the defaults. It'll create it with the wrong. Copy that and then didn't bother copy attachments. So right now, partitions and replication. I only need one partition. That is perfectly fine for what I'm doing right this second. So it would be okay if it created it itself. It would be okay if it created itself now, but I don't want that behavior at all. I want that topic to exist. I want the attachments to come in and then we start it up. Let's start up again. I still think this is now going to fail because I think I've got some sort of binding issue. Previously, that was caused by it expecting int 64 and it got int 32. Oh, there you go. So that's happened because it's processed the event. I don't need to create it again. It's still retrained. That's the benefit of the outputs, right? So if we F10 there, is that where it crashes? That's where it crashes. So why does it do that? So it's crashing reading the object. Unable to cast object of type int32 to int64. And now I'm stuck in the retry loop of the. Can go for 30 seconds. So I really put milliseconds in there. Clearly meant more seconds, not milliseconds. So we're expecting int 64. Which message? Push event, push integration, single default, single result. Oh no. This might be a core library problem. And this is when you get into a challenge of mediator outbox. Even though. So mediator outbox is the library that this is firing into, right? So what's happening, and I would bet, I'm assuming that the model that I'm deserializing. No, this shouldn't matter. No, because it's failing here. It's not failing in here. It's failing this one. Entity by identifier spec. All I care about is that. So why does it matter what it's deserializing to? It's telling me that it needs. Unable to cast object of type int32 to int64. SQL buffer get int64. That's trying to get a field. So attachments itself. Big int there. Int there. Tell me I made that different. Oh, that's why. It's trying to read the attachment back out. It saves it fine as an integer, but it doesn't understand it in the way. So I've made that an integer. So let's make that big int. Actually, yeah, long is big int. Yeah. Let's try that again. Let's run. So I think I'm not going to get all the progress I want to make here, but I should be able to get to the point where um, I should be able to get to the point where this is functioning. So the challenge there is I was storing content length as a long and the table, so it went in fine because it just saved. But then when I go to read it out, it can't populate that object back in there. So what I should be able to see now, yeah, there you go, state process. So it picked it up, it processes it out there, and then it pushes it to Kafka. So now in Kafka, we should be able to go and see there's a message, and there's our attachment. So our attachment as an identifier, a tenant identifier, the file name, the content length, the text. So there's our attachment information coming through there. Now, stop again. The view side of things is going to need to consume that. So create a attachment receiver. Again, this service is actually configured in such a way that what I can do later on is, or it will be configured in such a way because I've got the tooling. When I come to create the service for Kubernetes, it is really expensive to have each of these running on the same piece because it actually could lock up. So these would actually be spawned off as individual services processing each of these. Even though they're deployed as one service overall, I could deploy 7 instances of the service, each one receiving the right thing. So if there's topics that aren't very busy, I could actually put them into one service and wrap them up. So I do have some ability to configure them. Um, but yeah, so now I just find, so in here, what this is it's a um, high event receiver of attachment integration, right? So this takes the event. Um, what I'm doing here is I just inject my mediator, and then in the application, I'm going to have updating attachments. This is not the greatest naming, but it works. So I kind of they're very much use case. Update attachments. This is this is a command handler, just like on the other side, right? The only difference is this is a little bit more complicated. Um, I might receive an attachment before I receive the user. I can't guarantee the ordering of messaging. So I might receive the tenant. I might not have received the tenant yet, right? So I need to be able to make the system work so this information is not lost. Otherwise, I don't want to keep retrying on Kafka. I don't want to put that responsibility on my Kafka component. I could create an inbox, but then I'm recreating Kafka. Um, so what I'll do here is I'll end up with, and I'm gonna copy a little bit to try and speed this up a little bit. But I need a command, right? Um, this is an I command. There's no result for this one because I don't really care about the result. Um, there's nothing to do with the result inside. Um, so let me go to the project. Actually, update requirements is actually probably close to this. Um, yeah, I created a DTO. I actually created an object called a DTO because, yeah, this does not feel right. But again, I'm experimenting, I'm learning, I'm growing. And yeah. So let's just go with the basics. So identifier, period, tenant identifier. And remember, this is not and this is what I'm saying about the complexity of the system. This is not the planning item attachment. This is still just the original attachment. This is I've uploaded an attachment. I'm publishing this part so that the view side knows about attachments. Once I've got this in place, once I've uploaded this, because I've put this component in this screen, it then needs to say, oh, by the way, I'm attaching this. I'm attaching the ID that you just gave me back because I've guaranteed the attachment is there. It's saved. It's good. It's safe. I'm attaching that to this planning item, right? So there's a second call that's going to fire, that's going to go through the planning system and say, oh, by the way, this attachment is associated with this planning item. That's going to publish. I'm going to have to consume that event in here. So I may attach that to the project or the planning item itself, but that's going to then store in the view, and the view is going to need to be updated, and all these things change again, and then the view will be built to know that, oh, by the way, I've got some attachments. So the view is very much the conglomeration of these events. Yeah, string name, long content length, content type, created by, updated by, right? Um, my handler here, I sender. I'll show you why I need it. So it's not good. It's not good practice. This is coming directly from Jimmy Bogard, who created the mediator library. This is not mediator, but is a mediator library that you inject your mediator inside of a handler. Is not good practice, probably because then you're chaining these things together, and that's not really what they're intended for. This is the one time that I really do break that exception. I'm only doing it on the view side. I'm not doing it on the logging side, or the data capture side. my repository. So I still need a repository attachment repository. Command handler command. Right. Our domain here now needs an attachment. And sadly, right now, this is going to look almost identical to the other side of things, right? It doesn't have to be, but right now it will be, with the exception of it's just a data model. It's not actually being used for anything else. And I think I do have ViewBase. There you go. ViewBase is those 4 fields. There's no domain events on these. There's nothing like that to happen. That's what I was talking about before. I could potentially put domain events in because in the view domain, I could publish events, but I actually think that things like tracking changes, etc. Um, um, tracking changes, etc. I think belong to another thing. So this is the view domain entities attachment here. Let's go and add that to the context before I forget, because I've done that before. Public DB stuff. Attachment. I'm trying to be good. Um, and basically what's going to happen in here is I'm going to implement that, and again, idempotency, I don't know if I've processed this before. So the first thing I have to do is figure out, have I seen it before? Right? So repository, um, I don't know why. Interested. I don't have a version of that specification aside. Okay. So attachment. So the specifications can be reusable. It looks like I don't have. Wonder why all these are this way. Let's do base by. Let's do by identifier. It's kind of view base. So this is a T entity specification T entity. I single result specification T entity. T entity is a view base. That's it. That's all I should need. So that's a view base, right? So that should give me my attachment. Again, I don't care if I've seen it before. I need to check. I can't. Um, why do I have that? That's an interesting one. That's an interesting contradiction. Oh, because requirements. Um, that's an interesting one though, because the planning item might not. Yeah, that's a bit of a contradiction in terms of that. Wow. What I've done is I've built some of these based upon the knowledge that I can't have updated it yet, so therefore I can't have create. I have to create it every time, so I have no update, and that's probably wrong. That's very wrong. I'm kind of being a bit naive there. But basically, what I want to say is if attachment is null, then I'm creating it, right? So repository dot add new attachment identifier equals command identifier, tenant identifier equals command tenant identifier, name equals command name. This looks familiar, right? I've done this a million times. I don't like using things like automap and stuff like that. There's no right now there'd be absolutely no benefit in doing that. They added and they added I have that information. I probably should pass it in. Date they added date time and last update. Um, it might seem weird to send those through, but those are important pieces of information for the system, and it's not like I care about what time I last saw them. I care about the last time the message said they were there. I could actually use them to determine if a last update comes that's before. Um, if a last updated comes before the last updated I have, then I probably want to ignore that record as well. So I could actually start to implement that sort of behavior. Um, right now, because I'm using single topics, single partition topics, it's not so much of a problem because Kafka guarantees ordering within a single topic. So I'm not likely to get an event come after another event. If I start to spread out and use more partitions, that ordering guarantee is completely lost. So I need to know, okay, this date updated or this date added or whatever is before the one I currently have. I need to ignore this message because it's not relevant. But that's going to be a bigger, that's going to be a much bigger. Uh, no, updated by these right by that. You see, in this case, what I've done is I've started to stretch my brain into dealing with updates. I don't have updates yet. I don't know what an update to a file looks like, right? I haven't got that concept. So I've got a bit of yagging going on there that I probably don't need to deal with. Because again, this case doesn't exist, right? Um, return. Okay, so in the name of getting this done quicker, what I need to do here now is the attachment receiver. It's going to look something like this, right? Um, so I need to say await sender.send new update attachments command, right? And then to send event identifier. It really wants to fight me on that. Um, event tenant identifier name content line, content type, created by, updated by, date added, last updated. What don't you like about last updated? Oh, because I made it not null. Let's make that async. And there we go. So the beauty about this is I should be able to start this up and have it consume. I'm just missing something. I'm missing an attachments table here. So because the table looks almost identical, I can pretty much copy and paste it. File 008 attachments. SQL. That's that. Use ls.view. Go. Right. Let's copy that. And this won't always be the case. Right? That's the purpose of this, is so that this schema, although it looks identical right now, as I grow, as I evolve the system and understand more about what I'm doing with it and like the future growth, I have the opportunity to change the view, optimize the view, modify the table structure, do all sorts of things without changing how I'm storing it. So I can flex this anyway. If I want to create a different type of view against it, I can create new consumers and publish that data and consume that same data that is going to Kafka now. And it will work fine. Let's go into here, create, paste that, create that table. So now our table exists. And now I should, famous last words, I've said it a few times this stream, right? I should be able to run this and it will insert data. Okay. So I go back to my topics, refresh. Oh, I know why. I know why. I did part of the configuration, but didn't do all the configuration. That was the problem. So in my program here, I added the event receiver, but I didn't add the event receiver. I want to make this part of the process as well because it's kind of duplicate. So I didn't actually register the receiver. So that event never got subscribed to. Configure dot add event receiver. And this is what attachment integration event. This is the binding for the event to the receiver. Which again, I'm not entirely sure I should deal with. But again, this uses console, it pulls up and then says, hey, by the way, add a consumer. And these do get started as tasks that are long running themselves. Here's my RabbitMQ stuff wired up as well. Because I get these can publish events from within. I've managed a 4.5 hour stream on Saturday. There you go. You got processed straight away. So now our attachment's there. Let's see. I mean, it's not PHP, but it works. So, but it does mean that the data is now available to me to attach. So from this side, what I need to do next is I need to, once I receive the notification that I've got it, again, I'll only be able to do that once I've got the ID back, which means it's definitely stored in the database, which means that I can't accidentally upload and then not um, and process something that can't be there. So once I get the ID back, I can go and post up to the planning part now to say, oh, by the way, you've got these attachments to this planning item. That will publish its own event, which I'll have to do all that stuff again for. And there'll be an association here, and I'll end up creating another view. But that will mean that I can then go into here and query and say, go and get me all the attachments, and I can pull all that data together in the right place, even though each one of these databases has their own, they own the truth. They know what an attachment is. So it's taking a while. It will take a while longer. Right? I'm going to keep focusing on this. But yeah, progress. Moving attachment site into its own service was definitely a solid move today. That would have got a lot messier had I continued down the path of trying to stick it in planning. But yeah, I must go cook dinner now though. So I'm gonna finish up. Um hang on, that's so bright. Please support that mode. Um I'll be back on Monday. I doubt I'll be back this weekend. Um unless I get really stuck on this again. But yeah, I'll be back on game dev on Monday and continue working on this on the side until Wednesday. And yeah, that'll be me tonight. So I'm not going to raid out. I'm just going to finish up the stream here. Thank you very much for joining me. Appreciate it. And I will hopefully see you on Monday. Take care, all. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye.